Hello everyone, I'm Bishi, and today we are playing some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are going to be having a good time with Ace Attorney today, and I'm glad to be here because I almost was not going to be able to stream today. I found a way to fix my internet, at least for today. We'll see if it gives us better, speeds for the rest of the week and next week and all of that, but anyway, I found a way to stream, so I'm just glad to be sitting in this chair at this computer with the stream on live with all of you here having fun playing video games. So last thing I remember is the man who couldn't afford a babysitter and the British lady. Yes, the British lady who is and then the baby. Yes, the baby on the guy's back. I'm actually staring at the British lady right now. She's on my screen over here on my other monitor with her giant swan hat. I remember we were making a lot of jokes about how she could fit like a bazooka under there. She could fit anything in there. And she is our prime suspect. And we have to prove that she is actually the guilty one and not us. Us, Bishi. Ryunosuke. Yes, warning British. Warning everyone. It's gonna be British in the game today. Let's go get into the first case of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And I think we're in Adventures. I think that is the first of the two games, but I'm gonna keep calling it Chronicles. All right, let's do it. So, here we are. I gotta get my notes. With all of that fuss with the internet stuff, I almost forgot. Let me get my handy dandy notebook. Okay, here's my notes. Oh dear God. I already have 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. Well, 3. And a smidgen here. Oh no. Okay, let's look over the notes just real quickly here. Let's see, yes. So Ryu has been accused of murder. He grabbed the gun and they're claiming that he shot not Sherlock. Sherlock's friend. I can't remember his name. The lady's claiming she doesn't own a gun, but she could have a gun on her anywhere, honestly. Especially the hat. Watson, thank you, Watson, yes. So we believe that the police have set this up for some reason. We have that. Like, in my brain, I know what's going on in the story, but putting words to that and saying them outside of my brain, that is what I'm struggling with. But basically, we think she's guilty, but they think that the protagonist is guilty, and we gotta prove that she's actually the guilty one. And if I need help, I will look at my notes again. She said, I don't have any pockets. It's like, you don't need pockets. You don't need them to have a gun on you. Okay, must be a second gun other than the one Ryunosuke picked up. Now that's an important thing I have written down. Okay, there we go. Anyway, a frightening and sorrowful sight. Now we have music. There we go. Some nice tunes. Also, the music in this game is great so far. Oh, not a fan of the Adventures subtitle, to be honest. Yeah, subtitles and then Resolve? No, I don't think that's it. I actually don't remember. Hey, Alfred, welcome in. I'm calling the police. I didn't get a notification until I joined stream. You can blame Twitch and or my Discord notification bot. That wasn't even a notification. It was just showing me I'm watching a stream. Oh my God. Twitch, please. Oh, it is Resolve. Oh, I remembered. I remembered something. I couldn't remember Watson's name, but I could remember Resolve. Dr. John Watson. I mean Wilson. Yeah, he's Wilson in the game, but it's basically Watson. Adventure sounds kind of generic. Yeah, I thought that too. That's why I'm just gonna call them Chronicles. Like, when I'm uploading this to YouTube, I don't think I'm gonna differentiate Adventures from Resolve. I'm just gonna say Chronicles. and get through both games and just have part, you know, 20, 32, however long it takes to get through both. It'll just be one big playthrough. I didn't really feel the need to differentiate them. With the trilogy, they were distinct enough that I felt like I had to do that, but here, I'm like, eh. To be fair, you forgot Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh. Thank you for reminding me. In case I forgot again. Huh? Right? You're just trying to help. I get it. You're just trying to help me. What game was I playing? Oh, I was shiny hunting. Now, see, that's the thing. When I'm shiny hunting, my brain, as bad as it usually is, it's even worse. It's even worse because I am just so... You lose your mind hatching all those eggs, I swear. You want to talk about losing brain cells? Do the Masuda method. You'll see what I mean. Oh. Okay. So this is, I guess, cross-examination is what we're doing. Hey, Panda, welcome in. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Right, we can press... Let me just read over everything first. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. This is from the woman's perspective. He's translating. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Yeah. So let's press.
Yes!
Yes! After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Isn't that right? No. Oh, she's actually saying words now. Now, here's the thing. Is that English or did she say, yeah, like Japanese? But like a British accent. You know, I don't know if I've heard someone with a British accent speak Japanese. Or at least, I don't remember. Because, I mean, everyone has their own accent, even when they're speaking another language. I don't know if I've heard that. What's this Yu-Gi-Oh thing that happened? Bishi was trying to remember the name of the card game, and they were struggling. They remembered the name Yugi, but not Yu-Gi-Oh. Yes. We should have a clip of it. I should really make that a command. Did I not do that? Hold on. I probably would have named it Yu-Gi-Oh! No, I didn't. Oh, I didn't make it a command. I meant to. Okay, let me make a note for myself. Okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! I posted it. It should be in the Discord. Yu-Gi-Oh! Clip command. I will do it later. Okay. It'll be another inside joke here. Can y'all fill me in on who this lady is and why she needs a translator? Yes, so this is a British person. Her name is Brett. And right now in the story, we think that she is the actual murderer. Now, the guy on the right is Japanese. Everyone else in this room is Japanese. But we have some British people who are living in Japan. She's apparently a student at, like, the local university. But I don't think she speaks Japanese, or at least she's pretending she can't. I don't know. So anyway, she's speaking English, and this guy is translating for her, to Japanese. But we're reading it in English. You know what I mean. You know. Konnichiwa. Arigato gozaimasu. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, warning, British. Yes, the victim is Watson from Sherlock, but they've made his name Wilson. Yeah, there you go. That's really all you need to know right now. Okay. No. Ugh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is!
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Okay, Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotta Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? I mean, that puts her at the scene of the crime. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Okay. Wilson had carbonated water. I actually hate carbonated water. I don't know if anyone here likes it. I'm sorry. I like LaCroix. Oh, I think the first time I had carbonated water actually was a plain, just plain water carbonated. I think I spat it out. I was so grossed out. I hated it so much. I like soda. I don't mind carbonation, but carbonation with like no sugar or flavor, even LaCroix having the flavor is like so subtle. It doesn't do anything for me. But oh my goodness, this was before soda. Options were limited. Oh, I'm sure it's fine. I'm just just stating my opinions on carbonated water. Oh. Hey, Origination, welcome in. Talking about cans of pop? Yes! Apparently this character had some carbonated water, and I was just talking about how I don't like carbonated water. But I like soda. What's everyone's favorite carbonated drink? Even if it is LaCroix, it's okay. We're not gonna be mean to you or anything. Mine is probably... It changes sometimes, but I'm really liking Dr. Pepper right now. Have been for a while. I like orange soda too, Sprite. I think those are probably the top three right there. A silly British accent makes me laugh pretty hard sometimes. Oh, I don't even know what this one says. Kazuma. I think you're just saying his name, right? Kazuma. Is it Kiri? Kiri? Kazuma Kiryu. Oh no. Reminds me of a joke I heard a long time ago. I had my leg x-rayed today. The doctor said your patella measures 2.54 centimeters. I said, in Chinese? And he said, oh. Oh, in Chinese. Oh my god. I was like, I can't read that. Wow. Also hate it, also hate it. Never had it. Don't think I will based on what I heard. I mean, you know, it's worth a try at least one time. Maybe you will end up liking it. If I was dying of dehydration and that was the only thing left, I would just perish. Wow. If I had to pick one, Sprite. Sprite's good. Oh, root beer. I haven't had root beer in a long time. Pepsi. Oh yeah, how does everyone feel about Coke versus Pepsi here? I prefer Coke, but I drink Pepsi if that's what they have, you know. Cherry Pepsi is the bomb, but Sprite is also really good. Oh yeah, and then we have all the different flavor variants of stuff, yeah. Lemon lime soda, yeah, it's very good. I mean, there are times where I don't want a dark soda just because of the flavor, so at any point I could drink lemon lime soda. So. Vanilla variants, like Vanilla Coke Zero and stuff like that, those are also really good. Recently been loving Pepsi Nitro, although I try not to drink too much of it. What is a Pepsi Nitro? I think I've heard about it, but I don't know like what's in it. Like what's the nitro part? Go with Sprite. Don't like soda so much. Also like orange soda, anything citrus, yeah. Citrus is a great flavor. Oh no, I didn't see that one. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu! I hate Coke versus Pepsi because it implies a false dichotomy. Explain. I taste the difference between the two. And I do prefer Coke. But I think it's silly to say, oh, you prefer Pepsi, your taste is crap. You know what I mean? Implies you can only like one. Well, when I ask it, I usually mean like, what does everyone prefer? Pepsi feels more soft and satisfying. Coca-Cola feels more aggressive. Yeah, it has, I think, more carbonation. I hate both of them. That's okay. They're both garbage! Oh. Pepsi Nitro just makes things creamier. It's great with vanilla ice cream. Oh. So you could have like a Pepsi float. I don't know what it is, but Diet Pepsi gives me a headache, while Diet Coke doesn't. That's fine, and I respect it, yeah. Pepsi versus Coke tore this nation apart for decades. Just casually trying to start World War III in chat right now. Sorry. Prefer Pepsi. Yeah, actually, it's funny. A lot of y'all prefer Pepsi. Ruuuvo, can you ban everyone that said Pepsi? I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I like Dr. Pepper. Yeah, just like not even. Oh, you guys prefer the other one? Oh, that's okay. Ruuuvo, you know who your targets are. Oh my god. All the opinions are valid. Go to Pepsi prison. Oh, Mexican Coke versus American. Yeah, there's different flavors depending on where you get it sometimes. Yeah. It's really interesting. And then like whether it's a can or from like a fast food place, like a restaurant, or from a bottle. A lot of people say the glass bottles are the best. Yeah. Oh, Panda, come on. Come on. I think it's silly when people try to pit two very similar things against each other. All preferences are valid and there's no wrong choice, but it's Coke. Yeah. Just a whole paragraph like, everyone is valid and everyone should have their opinions. It's just sometimes you have the wrong opinion if you think that this is the right one. Oh. When I lived in Texas, it was primarily Dr. Pepper. I had Dublin Dr. Pepper once and it was pretty good. Huh. That's funny. I always just think of like, I guess just because I live in America, so I always think of like, you know, Canadian versus US versus Mexico with different sodas and stuff. I don't even think about like what soda tastes like in Europe. I think about fast food in different places, like, you know, France, Japan, US, comparatively, like McDonald's are all different and stuff like that. Fast food drinks are always different because they come from syrups. Yeah, exactly. So every place is different because they all do different combinations of syrup versus water. It blew my mind when I learned about that. I had family that worked in restaurants pretty much my whole life, so I remember... I guess I learned that kind of early on. But I remember seeing them have the bags of syrup like in the back, in the storage. And then whenever they would start running out of syrup, they would go take a bag of liquid and go put it on a machine. I was like, whoa. Oh yeah, but you don't even drink soda. There you go. All right, let's get to the game. So there's a whole conversation from carbonated soda. All right, that's right. Other than some carbonated soda. I mean water. Carbonated water. Sorry. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given... Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. I have to talk so slow now. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? I mean, it was highlighted, but it might not matter. What would the soda... Let me see. Let's look at the court record. I mean, there's a glass on the table. I do see water. It might be important. I don't know. Let's say meaningful and see what happens. But I'll say first. Because I'm a scaredy cat. Oh, let's, yeah, that's fine. Okay. I keep forgetting the top one is autosave. Okay. It's meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
That was wrong, huh? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazama. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Okay, ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. We'll press on that. Bags, where do you think wine comes from? Well, I was like 5. And I was surprised that there was soda in a bag. Soda, but even spicier. Don't like carbonated water. Yeah, I don't like it either. I malfunctioned, yeah. I don't know what's going on. Okay. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and we had a glass of carbonated water. Okay. So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? This LaCroix? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. The disrespect. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. I love that animation so much. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazama. Okay, so this is probably what I'm going to react to here. The carbonated water. It was important. But I want to press on everything else first. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into an argument.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. Well, translate then!
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all...
Oh... I'm not going to say that.
We must all speak English.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Not long afterwards, the accused drew the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. A highly suspicious lady.
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel!
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy!
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
Tish! What nonsense!
The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." You just asked her a yes or no question. That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Yeah. Why on earth not?
The Honorable English Gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps.
Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
No, thank you. So, she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him.
Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie.
Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform.
I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons.
You gotta turn that fan off. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better, either. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination.
We already found it. It's the carbonated water.
And actually, as they were talking, I think I might know what it is from last time. And I think it's going to be here. Yeah. No. I don't know, actually. I gotta think about it, but let me catch up first. He looked like he was about to sneeze. His face is so silly. Are you seeing this shit? I know, right? That's what he looks like. Drinks LaCroix in French? How much should I bet that Brett says LaCroix, but in French? Why do so many Ace Attorney characters pick up guns? First Edgeworth and now Ryunosuke. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought when I saw the little cutscene of him picking it up. Is like, why would you pick up a weapon that you just see on the floor? You should be like, whoa, there's a gun on the floor. You know, like, tell somebody, don't pick it up. That's how these things happen. Naruhodo's hair looks like it's eating him. The more you look at it, oh, I'm gonna have to pay attention. This guy has quite the attitude for a lawyer who's lost every case he's ever had. From the beginning of time. Character aside, would you wear the swan hat? Yes. It's a swan on a hat. Of course I would wear it. And I would put all my murder weapons in there. Okay, let's see. So, he was allowed to drink water. I almost thought I was gonna get it with that. I thought maybe he couldn't have anything. I will say, though, it's carbonated water. So maybe there's something wrong with that. He had anesthesia. I don't know if they're gonna say anything detailed. Yeah. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours. Post-procedure. No, it says no food or drink. No, it said no food or drink. Well, but then it says prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. I feel like... I feel like carbonated water is too different. I feel like that might be a bad thing to have. Because other than that, I don't know what else would be the problem. It could be one of these pictures. I mean, is that a bottle of carbonated water? I guess, here's the other thing, right? There's only one glass. that might be the real issue here. If they both had water, there should be 2 glasses, right? I don't know if, yeah, doing anything. So, maybe it's actually that? Like they cleaned up where he was sitting, you know? I think I'm gonna present the photo, and if that doesn't work, I'm gonna present this, and if that doesn't work, I'm gonna really have to think about it, but... Okay, let's save first. I'm not sure. Something to do with the water. Okay. Let's present the photo. Maybe? Yeah. Oh, no, it does say that. I'm sorry. It says it in the text. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch. Okay. But there's only 1 glass still, so...
Yes!
Oh? I think that's it. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. Oh, yes, they also said that. Yeah, I think they messed with it. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... It's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Okay, I was right. Woo! I got it. Hey, Sophia, welcome in. Hey, Dan, welcome in. I see you have met Swan Mother. Yes, we have met British Swan Lady. Swan Lake Lady. Streamer admits to murder on Twitch. Wear a swan hat, hide a bazooka inside it. The perfect crime. Exactly. Weapons for your murder of crows. Yes. Arrest them at once. A bunch of crows are hiding under the hat. There's your murder. There we go. Maybe he just chugged it from the bottle. Like an animal? Yeah, chugging carbonated anything sounds very unpleasant. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over Minashue? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
You're gonna make me say it again. Okay, fine, I'll look it up. Fine. See this word all the time and I never know how to say it. Y'all and your fancy words.
Minutiae.
Minutiae. Minutiae. Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious!
Sorry! Oh my god, so sorry!
But like, the whole thing of like... Sorry. so extra.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No, no, no! This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Oh, but you don't have pockets? You don't have pockets! So you couldn't have a gun on you, but you have a purse. Okay. There's nowhere anywhere I could hide a gun! Oh, Lord. Alright, well, she has a handbag. I think that at least should be inspected. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid spheres. Welcome in. You've been raided by the red mages. Welcome in. Can we get a shout out, please, for Vanny? Should I call you Vanny? Oh, food and drink. What were y'all doing? What were y'all up to? Welcome in. I appreciate it very much. Are you a fan of Ace Attorney, perhaps? Vanny. Okay, I'll call you Vanny. I gotta take a note on this game real quick. She has a handbag. And that might be where the murder weapon is. Okay. Welcome in. Welcome in, macaroni. Oh, that's cute. Baked a pie and prepped some fish and chip. Totally a fan of these. Oh, nice, nice. Welcome in, Inferno. Welcome in, all you new people. I appreciate you joining in that raid with Vanny. And Vanny, I appreciate you doing a raid. It's very kind of you. My name is Bishi, for all you new folks in here. Today we're playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh, thank you for that follow, Vanny. Thank you. Welcome in, Elisa. Howdy. But I play lots of different games here. I actually was just playing the new Yakuza game, Ishin, yesterday. I'm playing through Ishin, playing through the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm also currently playing through Crisis Core. So yeah, those are the three major games, but I also love other stuff like Zelda, Pokemon, Resident Evil, Katamari, just all kinds of things. We play a lot of stuff here, but anyway, those are the big playthroughs I'm doing at the moment. And if y'all don't mind, I would like to show you a little channel trailer. It's about a minute long, and I think that will show you what my streams are like better than I could explain. So here you go. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Exorcism, 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 exorcise that bitch! Exorcise that bitch! That frickin' frat boy poisoned my pee-pee. Here's some lapis.
No!
Oh, I'm alive, I'm alive! Oh!
Let's get back to monster f***ing. Show us your meat! Show us your meat! Show us your meat!
You grow up to be one of two things. A dad
Or a daddy.
Hello everyone, I'm Bishi. There's my little channel trailer. Hope y'all enjoyed it, but yeah, that's what the streams are like.
Show us your meat! Show us your meat!
Very chaotic. I love to make people laugh. That's my main goal. And also just making people have a better day than they had before they popped into the stream, so. Anyway, glad to have all y'all in here. I appreciate the raid once again. It's a great trailer. Thank you. Yeah. I try to make one at least like every few months or so, put in some new clips and things like that. But yeah, so that's a pretty recent one I just made. I think a couple months ago. For 2023, the new year. Bishi doesn't always let us vote during their intro. Can you blame me? Can you blame me? Yeah, that one was from PC Man. Was from PC Man. Good old PC Man. That's why we stream. Exactly. But yeah, that's so cool. Let me read out your message here. A cooking streamer that does a lot of recipes from gaming cookbooks. Nice to meet you in chat. That is so cool. What cookbook were you working on for your stream today? What did you make? Wait, you already told me, didn't you? Baked a pie and fish and chips. Okay, so what game was that from? Or were you just cooking like some normal stuff? I would like to know. I've seen a few videos of people doing stuff like that, especially Breath of the Wild. I saw a lot of people making stuff from Breath of the Wild. I'm sure that'll happen again with the sequel. Oh, the fish and chips were from the Final Fantasy 14 cookbook. Oh, wow. Of course, 14, yeah. I mean, people love 14. 14's a great game. I try to get into it a couple times, but I'm not an MMO person. But I love 7, and I'm really liking Crisis Core so far, so... I would consider myself a fan of Final Fantasy, but definitely not, I'm not super knowledgeable. I don't know all the games. I haven't played all of them, but, you know, I just have my favorites. That is so cool. I haven't had fish and chips in a long time. It's really good. At the apple pie and crust recipe were just from something I found online. Oh, okay, so like a normal pie and then a Final Fantasy fish and chips. That's so cool, though. That's awesome. I hope it went wonderfully. I hope it was tasty. That's one of the things I have not tried to do on stream yet, is like actually do cooking and stuff. I've done a crafting stream before. We've done just chatting, but primarily I'm always playing video games. That's really what I do. You know what game would be perfect? Ishin, oh my gosh. Lots of food there. We were looking at Ishin today on chat. I was wishing it was part of the Steam sale. Oh wow. Yeah, it just came out in February, so I think it's gonna be a minute until it has a sale, but I love the game. I don't know if anybody who's new in here knows the Yakuza series. I've been playing it for the past 4 years on stream, and played through basically all the games that are out for it, which is a lot. I can't even give you the number. I'd have to sit here and count. But yeah, Ishin is just the latest one. Oh, okay. I streamed Like a Dragon a bunch. Oh, okay. So Yakuza 7. I started as a gaming streamer who did some cooking, but made the switch to being a cooking streamer last month and loving it. Oh, so kind of like a recent change. That's so cool, though. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm new. I never heard of it. Alfred, please. Don't be a silly goose. I want to make fish and chips at some point. Sounds comforting. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, it's like French fries and fish, fried fish. It's just very good. All the red mage stuff is due to focusing a lot on playing Final Fantasy 14. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know a little bit about it. I tried playing it a couple times, but I don't know everything, so I didn't recognize it right away. But now that you say it, okay, yeah. I get it. I can understand now. Google it. Well, it's so mean. So mean. But yeah, so today we are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I am very, very early on in this game. I just started this very recently. So we're still in the first case, which is basically like the tutorial. Right now, this seemingly innocent woman on the left is most likely the murderer. And we have to prove it, because otherwise the character we're playing as is going to be found guilty of murder. So we gotta get the heat off of us and onto her. Let's see. So she has admitted to putting a glass from the crime scene into her purse. That is where we've just left off here. It would seem she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. And yes, she's British and everyone else here is Japanese. We are currently in Japan.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... I think it's the handbag. I think that's where she probably hid the gun, too. But we'll say first. I am a cautious player of games. A cautious gamer. Handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Yup. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you would pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aochi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazama? Ahem. Oh, you're gonna stop. Okay, I almost thought he was gonna keep coughing. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Oh, it's see-through. Well, it could have another compartment. It could have a hidden compartment, I think. I don't know. I'd have to see it held up and see that it's see-through all the way. Because it looks like there might be a back on it. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. Also, I see a mark on the guy's wrist. That might be important later. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. Okay, so apparently the handbag is see-through, but I have my doubts. Okay. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh my god! The drama! He literally threw himself back. Oh! Oh no! Oh my goodness. I always have to remind myself of the Blue Badgers from Ace Attorney. Yeah, yeah, it's kind of got its own, a mind of its own here now that we have it as an emote, huh? Speaking of Ishin, I may not get it until much later than I planned. I might be buying a Ruuuvo figure because I want to get it before it's out of stock. I mean, yeah, do what you gotta do. Ishin, you can always get it whenever you're ready to get it, you know? I wonder what the kanji on his fan says. Probably just says his name, Aochi. It says kick me. Yeah, she has the hat. She has a poofy dress. I mean, it could be anywhere. Be anywhere. Order! Order! Oops. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. Okay. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Oh, God. Well, hold on. Let me look at that picture. Let me look at this photograph. Is it going to let me, like, actually look at things? Because... no? Okay, that'll probably happen later. I don't think I've unlocked it yet. Oh, I think the fan says crime. Really? The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed. And there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
Oh, poor kid. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh no, even Kazama's losing faith. Kazama? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it?
Tish! I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazama... his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazama... what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly. The new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ah, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate. But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. I almost thought he was going to say, I'm going to bonk you over the head with this hammer of mine. He's being very threatening about it. Yeah, we're still working on the case. We're still working on it. He's fanning himself with a crime fan. Yeah, you wouldn't think he's a fan of crime. He's an attorney. Well, maybe he is a fan of crime, huh? He's a prosecutor, isn't he? So crime means he gets paid. Maybe that's how it is. Got the band hammer. Yep, he's got the band hammer. Be careful, y'all. Bishi, do you agree it looks like his hair is eating him now? A little bit. A little bit. It's just kind of like on his head. Oh. Alright. Yeah, anytime Ruuuvo moderates, you can just imagine they're doing this. With the band hammer. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. It's the mark over here.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
I mean, it looks like a very specific shape. It almost looks like the head of like a bull, but upside down, like it's the face and then the horns. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. What? She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, now that we're onto something, you want to leave, huh?
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Yeah, that's what I noticed was her reaction, for sure. Oh, gotta run. Nice to meet you in chat. Yeah, thanks so much for the raid, Vanny, and the follow. I appreciate it very much. And I hope you have a great rest of your night. And I hope we see you again sometime. Hope we see you again soon. By the way, have a good one. Judge is about to ban Ryunosuke from this life. Yeah. If he makes him guilty, he might. He really might. Right. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Oh! It's on the plate. It's a burn from the plate. There's a symbol on the right side. Okay. This picture again.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? It's right here.
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah!
Your Excellency, are you all right?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. Ah. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Okay, these are important things. Alright, so victim has a burn from the beefsteak plate. Must have been 90 degrees for 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. Yeah. No yell. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
He's an undercover detective playing as a waiter. There you have it. Something isn't right here. Yeah, the music was very stressful. Like, I know the answer, but it still makes me nervous. Yeah, Ace Attorney music, that's the point. They're trying to make you stress. Like, is this the right answer? Am I doing the right thing? I don't know. Until it isn't stressful, then it's the most triumphant music you've ever heard. Yep. Can't wait to hear the sweet, sweet tune of Not Guilty. Forgot photos were a new thing in this time period. Yeah, pretty new. Oh my god! When I was making tortillas the other day, I didn't even notice that I got burns on my arm from the pan. Be more careful, Ruuuvo! Oh my goodness. You know, I still have a burn mark from... I think I, like, burned myself when I was using the oven. And I still have the damn thing. It's like, I don't know if y'all will be able to see it. It's very light. It's going away. Can you see it? I'm like, I have this burn mark. You're like, where? What are you talking about? Oh my god. It's so light. I can see it in person. But it's technically still there and it's been months. I don't know. It's hard to see. It's like invisible. Battle scars. From what? Tortillas. Yeah. I kept making sure I didn't burn my fingers flipping them, and my arm must have touched the edge of the pan. Oh my god. You're like being so careful like this, and then you have like a bunch of burns on your arm. Terrible. I still have the battle scars from the tortilla pan. Oh. I burnt myself on a grill at work half a year ago and still have the scar. Oh my god. 6 months later. Yeah, sometimes if it's bad enough, it takes a long time for it to go away. And some scars never go away, but I feel like at least, you know, a burn scar from cooking hopefully will go away with time, but it can take like a year sometimes. Yeah, baking, cooking, it's dangerous. You can get hurt. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think you mentioned that before. I have scars my dog gave me when he was a puppy because of his sharp nails, and he's 2 now. Yeah, you still have them, huh? Oh my gosh. Yeah, puppy and kitten nails and teeth are so sharp. They're unreasonably sharp. Man. Oh no, I have a small dark spot on my hand from touching the top of a 400-degree oven. Pretty sure it's never going away. Yeah, sometimes they don't. That is so bad. Oh my god. I do like how all of us have a burn scar though. Like, everyone in chat. We're all, it's just so, it's so normal to just accidentally touch something too hot, you know? Oh my goodness. Alright, there you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain, as all of us in chat would know. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. Now I'm starting to think maybe he was drugged, and so he was already, like, under when she shot him, and that's why she took the glass, because maybe she switched their glasses, and his had evidence of a drug in it, and so she took it. Okay, I'm gonna put that as my theory for now. Drugged with taken glass. So no yell. That's my guess. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Auchi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson hadn't noticed the burn, was asleep, was already dead. Oh. I was thinking asleep. He could have already been dead. It's definitely not this one. Oh no, now I'm not sure. He could have been dead, I guess. Is that what we're going with this? I think that's why he would say that he thinks that we've fallen into a trap. I'm gonna say was already deceased, even though my first thought was the sleeping one. And then we'll see. I don't know. Well, I was thinking he was drugged, not just taking a nap. So that's why I would think that he was asleep, because he was, like, put to sleep, you know? Made to fall asleep with a drug, and that's why she took the glass. But if he... I think the right answer is going to be he was already dead, based on how Ryunosuke just acted. But we'll see. When my brother was really little, he once asked my dad if the barbecue was turned off. He said yes, because it was, but it was just turned off. My brother ended up putting his entire hand on the barbecue. No! Oh my god. That's when, like, answering something literally is not good, because he was like, is it off? Yes. But it's still very hot. Oh no. That's terrible. Was he okay? My theory is maybe Brett is Dahlia's ancestor and she poisoned the dude, right? Alright, I'm gonna say he was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. Wow. That's where we're going with this. Okay. So, I don't think he was drugged then. Well... I mean, here's the thing. He still could have been drugged, but he could have been poisoned to die. So still drugged. And then the gunshot was just a way to make Ryunosuke guilty. To frame him. I don't know. Well, anyway, let me write this stuff down. Okay. So, when the beef was brought to the table, because timing is important, victim was dead already. Okay. He got burned, but it didn't scar or anything. Okay. This lady gives off major Dahlia energy in general. I wouldn't be surprised if she was the ancestor. Oh no, we'll see. I remember one time my mom asked me if I used the komal, and as my mouth was full of burrito, she touched it before I had a chance to answer, and learned I did in fact just use the komal. Oh no. Man, she should have waited for you to answer. Oh. The professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, 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 please! Council, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Aochi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet?
Well...
Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may well be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help.
Oh, so you can speak Japanese, huh?
Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
I knew she could speak Japanese. I knew it.
Miss Brett! You speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English.
I don't know how to differentiate these two.
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world.
Oh, so she thinks speaking Japanese is below her. Oh, okay. Okay.
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
What a piece of crap. Oh my god. Yeah, italics is English.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with all of you on your own level. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. This lady. The victim's death. Okay. I'm gonna save. I can save real fast now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's not hiding her racism, huh? Hated her so much when I played. Yeah, I mean, she's just... Oh my god. Who studies abroad and doesn't know the language? I feel like not knowing would be a real handful, right? I knew the whole time she probably speaks it, but is purposely not doing it. I just didn't know why. I just noticed Brett's dress bustle looks like swan tail feathers. Yes, yes. Okay.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. It's like insulting you. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
Oh, you're gonna complain to the manager? You're gonna complain to the manager? Mm-hmm. Typical.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible.
Amen. What if I just did a really low voice? Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer, then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. We're almost done. You failed to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony. I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Jesus Christ. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. All right, last chance. Victim's death. Okay. Let's save again. Alright. I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, miss. Huh? What? Ah! Haha, what fun!
You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Wow! Come on!
Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Archie, shut up!
Yes!
Shut up! Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although...
Although...
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you!
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
That's external, physical signs. Y'all didn't check for poisoning. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Show me. Poison?
Yes!
Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all of those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. So that might be what I react to. Okay. So, maybe poison. We're gonna react to this one. Okay. He was right about something. He does have a tiny brain. Oh my god. Jesus. Whatever brain he has, he's not using it enough! Okay. We'll react to this one. This country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Hello?
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Ha! A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before, when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly.
No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find something in her armor, a chink in the armor. Okay. Kazama. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazama's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Let's do it! I wanted to, see if there was an option, but... Okay. This one. Let's press again after I save again. Okay.
Yes!
Just gonna speed through this.
Wait.
Oh. Okay. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? Here we go. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the directional pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Oh boy. So now pressing is going to be a little more complicated. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective, then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go! Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. There we go.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Yeah! What's the meaning of this? He wasn't expecting the camera to pan over to him. Jesus. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this?
Just wiped all the sweat off his face?
It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately!
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Hmm?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Oh, she doesn't like that. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Okay, water bottle has been added into the court record. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. So the poison might be in here. She might have just not drank in it, you know? I mean, I think if you look at the court record, the water is still in the glass, so... I don't know. Maybe it's still full, so maybe she didn't drink that one and she left it? She didn't think they would, like, detect poison or something? Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Okay. Let's look at it, shall we? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazama? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Okay. So there's also the water in there. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. I would not do that. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Jesus Christ. You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Okay. So, how can I use that? Because I know this is probably poison, but I don't know how to, like, prove that. Okay. I guess I could just present it. Okay. I guess we'll just present it, right? Yeah, if there's a way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, show me. Let's save them. Love Kazama so much. I really like him so far. I really like him. Alright. We have narrowly avoided Ryunosuke accidentally dying from poison. Let's present the bottle. Oh no, not that.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! Order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett. It was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem. If I may...
I will silence you forever for this.
Shut up!
Shut up! It is you who should be silent. Of course. Come on, man.
Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Yeah, I don't think it's in the bottle. I think it's in the glass. I think they both drank from the bottle, and the glass that she took from the evidence was actually the poisoned one, so this is not concerning for me. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No!
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Oh, God. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The judge... Oh, sorry. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh, no.
I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
For proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazama? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
What about the glass? Who? Oh! Maya ancestor?
Please wait.
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued! No, we gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. I gotta finish this case today. Come on. Oh, man. No, we're only halfway through with stream, I think, right? Let me see. We did have a disconnect. We're getting to like 3 hours or so. I think we could probably finish it. We'll keep going. This is a very long case, the first one? Man. Fairly sure it's Maya's ancestor. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, it looks like her. First case and a to be continued, huh? I know, right? Well, we'll keep going for now. We'll see how long it takes. Alright. Can't just leave off on that cliffhanger. If anything, I'm hoping to get to the end of the case today, and then we'll start the second one tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how long it takes. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Don't remember how to say the word. Okay, so we got Ryunosuke, Kazama, and Mikotoba? I'll probably call her Miko. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ah, a judicial assistant? And a woman, no less.
Shut up, Ouchie.
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ah, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something written in English?
It's Giselle Brett's research.
Is it on poison? The English woman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
See, she was working with medicine. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Rare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Rare? What is that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
God, I hate Ouchie so much.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Zale's report has been entered into the court record. Report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at Yume University.
Yup.
Goodbye then, and good luck. Deleted from existence. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Well, let's check it out, shall we? Alright. Both of these games are about 15 to 20 hours. I think 2 is 30, so these are probably the longest of the Ace Attorney series. Oh, wow. Well, that's good, though, because there's only 2 of the games. I was kind of, like, sad that there was only 2 instead of a trilogy, so I thought we would get through it too quickly, but... Okay. Alright. Right, he's just calling them females, like, ugh. It's like the biggest red flag. The trials are long, okay. I'm glad about that, though. I'm happy with that. Like, if we don't finish it today, it's fine. We're playing more tomorrow. I only allow the finest of men in my court, winks at Godot. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the meme of the guy doing a peace sign and disappear. Yep. I think of that every time people just fade from a game. Okay. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. The effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Okay. Due to its ability... Oh! So... he just had a wound in his mouth. That's what happened. So I was like, wait, a wound? He got a gunshot, but he was already dead by then. So he had the surgery on his mouth, has a wound in his mouth, drank the poison in the water, and that's how he died. Okay. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. He suffocated to death? Oh, that's a bad way to go. That's a bad way. Why did she kill him so terribly? What is the motive? I couldn't remember the word. What is the motive for this? That's terrible. Okay, so we've read it. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, Perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
Okay. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
This little book.
Yes!
Take a gander.
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison. Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Oh, so maybe it was in the bottle. Correct, which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they would never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
And she even gives the answer earlier. She's like, you guys are not advanced enough to even detect a way to kill a person with no trace. Anyway, like... Oh my god. Order! Order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's unreasonably... Oh my god. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed, except it causes paralysis.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. This is terrible. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he would collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazama. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. It's awful. Awful.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly career poison. Everyone was too stunned to speak. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? Here to...
Another word I know, but cannot say. I know, I think y'all said the Google pronunciation for the other word earlier was wrong. I don't know.
Hitherto.
Hitherto? Is it hitherto? Hitherto? That makes sense. Okay, hitherto. We'll see if that one's right or not.
a hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be...
So rude. It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady!
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny? Laughs in British. Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Oh, she's gonna drink from it. I think it was in the glass. I don't think she put it in the bottle. It's in the glass that she stole. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Wow! Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Farcical? Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. In the glass, man. What a scene she's causing. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no career. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Haha! You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
Oh my goodness!
Talk about an assist. Thank you so much for that raid, Stumped Gamers. We get a shout out, please. Who was streaming today? I want to know. How was stream? I hope you had a wonderful time. Welcome, welcome. Was it Anna and Jazzy, perhaps? Leaving to avoid spoilers. No worries, Brian. I understand. No worries. Have a good night. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Nivy. Welcome in, Drac. And everyone joining in with that raid from Stumped. My goodness. Y'all were playing... Oh, King of the Castle. It had to have been Anna and Jazzy then. It had to have been. I'm sure I'll see Anna in chat perhaps later. But welcome in, everyone. My name is Bishi. We are playing the great Ace Attorney Chronicles today. I'm doing a lot of voice acting. And we are in the very, very beginnings. How did you guess? Hey, Anna. Howdy. How was stream? I hope you had a wonderful time. Thank you very, very much for the raid. We're in the very first chapter of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're still in the first game. There's 2 included in the Chronicles. I'm in the first case of the first game. I have just started this playthrough very recently. And my goal is to finish this case today. I don't know. I want to say we're at least halfway or past that now, but I honestly don't know. I've never played it before. It's my first playthrough. But yeah, I am sort of a recent fan of Ace Attorney. I just finished the trilogy, I want to say a few weeks ago, and absolutely loved it. I'm a huge fan of Ace Attorney now, and now we're playing the Chronicles. And I hope that they localize even more stuff later on. I really, really do. I would love more Ace Attorney games to play on console and stuff, but anyway. For all of you new folks in here, oh, gonna head to bed too. No worries, Nivy. Good night. Thanks for joining in the raid. But for all you new folks in here, I do have a fun little channel trailer. It's about a minute long. I'll be back very quickly. But I think this will explain what my streams are like better than I could. So here you go. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Exorcism, 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 exorcise that bitch! Exorcise that bitch!
That frickin' frat boy poisoned my pee-pee. Here's some lapis.
No!
Oh, I'm alive, I'm alive! Oh!
Let's get back to monster f***ing.
Show us your meat! Show us your meat! Show us your meat!
You grow up to be one of 2 things. A dad
Or a daddy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bishi. So that's me. That's me, Bishi. But yeah, for any of you new folks, I am a big fan of Yakuza as well. Yeah, we have a sound effect from one of those clips. I'm a big fan of Yakuza, as you can see from the trailer. I've played through the entire series. I know that Anna and Jazzy are also very big fans of Yakuza. We are both currently, all 3 of us, playing through Ishin as well. I just played it yesterday. I play Ishin on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I stream every Tuesday to Friday at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, so that's when I'm playing Ishin. And Thursday, Fridays, I play Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, or I'm playing Crisis Core from Final Fantasy. So yeah, those are the 3 big games here, but I play lots of different stuff, as you could see from the trailer. So we like to be chaotic around here. I love to make people laugh, but honestly, the main goal is always to just make people feel better. I want y'all to leave here better than you were when you came here, but you just came from Stumped, so that's gonna be hard to beat. So anyway, I just mean in general. Hope y'all are all having a wonderful day. Hey, Violet. Which chapter? We are still in the very first trial. I can probably show you with the save, right? Episode 1, trial part 3. There's exactly where we are. Like I said earlier, I have just started this game. I haven't even finished the first trial, so I did one stream of this a couple weeks ago, and I'm finally back to playing it, so yeah. Very, very early on. Partway through this game, so don't want spoilers, but I've played this part. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, I totally understand why people can't tune in because of spoilers. I myself would do the same thing, so totally get it. But yeah, we're still really, really early. We have more than one sound effect from the trailer. That's true. Very true. Yes, Rio is just overwhelmed by Enna and Jazz's generosity with that raid, that's all. But yeah, so for anyone who isn't aware of what's going on in this game, this is Ryunosuke. This is the protagonist of the Chronicles, as opposed to, you know, Phoenix from Ace Attorney. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles take place in 1800s Japan. So this is way before the main trilogy occurred. And we're playing as Ryunosuke, like I said, and right now he is accused of murder, of course. This is an Ace Attorney game. And we are trying to prove that a British woman is actually the real perpetrator of the crime. And we're struggling a little bit, as you can see. So let's get back to it. Here's his best friend, Kazama. I like to think that I'm trying to do his voice the way I do Kiryu's voice. They're both Kazama's, so... This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade,
Wow.
will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water.
It doesn't have poison. It's the glass. I think it was the glass. It's not the one she's holding. It was the one that she's hiding. But I'm gonna save because I'm scared. I'm frightened. I love how Kazama generates his own win for the headband. I know, right? Just the drama. And it's so funny because, like, the characters comment on it. I was just thinking, oh, it's just a video game magic. They're not gonna, like, bring it up in the game. But they do. They're like, yeah, your flappy headband. Yeah, a local physics-defying bandana guy. I would die for this Kazama. I really like him. I really like him so far. I mean, I love Ryunosuke, too. I'm liking all the characters so far. Local hot man Asogi. Always save it before doing anything. Yeah, I'm a very cautious gamer. Very much so. Okay, contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she would be dead by now. Sometimes, your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes, it's in need of a good staining, until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Counsel. What? Which will be penalized. But... oh, this whole trial is poisoned. Oh. Okay. I guess it has poison still. Well, it could be dead by now. Maybe the poison doesn't last a few days. Maybe it has to be used the day it's made? That could be the other possibility. The culprit did put career poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw...
Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one.
I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Okay. Let's see. Oh, no, I know what it is. I know what it is. You have to have a wound. It does not happen from just eating it or drinking it. It has to be going into an open wound, going right into your bloodstream. So she doesn't have a wound in her mouth. She was able to drink it just fine. That's what it is. Okay. I forgot about that. I really did. She pulled a fast one on me. I was like, I know that you're bullshitting, but I forget how. Oh, there we go. All right, at least I got it. She pulled a Princess Bride. Yeah, she's immune to it. She's drinking little tiny doses over the years. Oh. Okay. I love how Payne's ancestor is named Aoichi. I know. They still have great puns. They still have them. Okay. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the victim was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Oh, let me see. I think it's the second page. Through a wound. So special characteristics. Okay. We've been hearing a lot about this Carrere poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Ah, that's true too.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Carrere enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Carrere's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... The swan is real? Rapscallion! The swan is real? It's alive! It's a real swan! It's real! Oh, I want to save it from this evil lady! Oh my god! It's a real swan! I thought it was just a hat! Oh my goodness! The swan is real! Oh. She would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling lawyers! Swan is real. The cake is the lie, and the swan is real. That cries out, oh my god. The swan doesn't deserve to be perched on the head of that woman. Yeah, get the swan out of there! She's just using an animal as an accessory. That's what it feels like to me. Poor swan. Swans are mean, but that doesn't mean they're evil. Get that swan out of there. Oh, good night, Caramel. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good night. I will say that was a super risky move, because what if there was just a tiny wound in her mouth? I was actually thinking about that too. Sometimes I have cuts just from biting my tongue accidentally. Exactly! You could, like, bite your cheek on accident. Happens to me all the time. Bite your tongue. Whatever. You can have a wound in your mouth, and then you wouldn't know. You drink poison and you're dead. That part of the trial made me laugh out loud the first time. It's so cute, a swan! It's a swan. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out the swan was real. It turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly...
The swan! It's so cute with the little bow! I already thought the hat was really cute, but it's even cuter now that it's a real swan. Oh no.
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Cuerre is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Succus!
Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? Can you eat them?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah, come on, young. Come on! He had surgery in his mouth.
That's right!
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in the court! The logic holds. The lady and the professor drank the same poison. They would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest...
Yes, this Cuerre poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right.
Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
I hate her. Oh my god. Hello? What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Oh, okay. All right.
Objection!
He did it! Oh, baby's first objection. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. He did it! He did it! He pointed. Oh my gosh. Yeah, animals are not capable of being evil. They're just animals. Yeah, any kind of like wound in the mouth that would do it. You'd be dead. Bishi's already a step ahead, Brett. Yes, there is a lot. This lady has been so terrible this whole time. I'm like, oh my god, she's calling them cockroaches? Jesus! Awful. All the white people are very rude to the Japanese people. Oh god. There's gonna be more of it. Miss Brett's definitely ancestor of Dahlia. Maybe spiritual ancestor, both evil people. Okay. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Cuerre? That would be his medical report card. Save anyway. It's been a minute. Alright. Let's do it!
Take that!
Take that! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Ah.
Whoa! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games you and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Hello? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh my god. Oh dear. How careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! I mean, how is she gonna get away with that? What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed the bottle. And in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. It was on purpose! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once. You are wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither technology nor presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady?
That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now
Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene! Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Oh, boy. You do a very good Ojo-sama laughing. Thank you. Lick up the poison water? She really did that. She really did. Yeah, there's a lot of this when we get to Great Britain. Get ready. This first case really sets the tone between Aoichi and Brett's attitudes. Yeah. Oh, boy. Imagine that actually working in front of the court. It would be convenient if the evidence just yeeted itself. Uh-huh. Yeah, should be tried for tampering with evidence, of course. But this is Ace Attorney. This is the Ace Attorney courtroom where things that shouldn't happen all the time. Why is the judge even thinking about this? He saw her break the bottle. I assume her British standing would help her not get in trouble. Yeah, they very much don't want to, like, trouble her at all. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh? Is Kazama right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Actually, Kazama, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Huh. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while. I have never seen that word before. For a while, that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. They've been using a lot of really weird words, I have to say. There keeps popping up words I've either never heard of or I've never, like, had to speak out loud. It's like, what? What are these words, man? Jeez. Ace Attorney courtroom rules is basically, as long as you're not the defendant, you can pretty much say and do literally anything, and it will not be acknowledged in any way unless the player character can prove that you're guilty. It can be very frustrating. It's been bedoodling me. Yeah, like, I can tell from context clues what it means. It's just like, what? Bedoodling. Bedoodle. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... What? Wait, it's not letting me... Huh? Wait, it's not letting me do it? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay. Present.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? Memory! I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Oh, I see. That is from the bullet wound. So it's proof that he was facing her, and then she turned him around. Because how else would the blood end up behind him if there was no exit wound on the back? No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph. Look at this photograph! And the relative position of everything there. I can't help myself. When they say take a look at this photograph, I cannot help it, okay? It comes out of me. I don't have a choice. Oh. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle, Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. Even the steak! You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all. In the name of justice! Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. I don't see blood. It could have been cleaned. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no. That's... impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. She probably cleaned it. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. The Swan! You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Oh my god.
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire,
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. You said that like 10 times. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, sorry. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
this sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. The meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. Was the plate I saw Or thought I saw? Just a figment of my imagination? Let's see. What the? Huh? What the? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. This is the wrong stake. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? This is the other guy's stake. Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before Swan, but I've never heard of bullion in bullion. Good one, good one. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I know what it means! Does it say the same thing? Oh. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A bun coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. Okay. I was wondering about that, because he did say he got more than one. He got more than one steak. I can't believe he mixed it up. Like, really? This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow. Obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? And then that's it. Okay. Was it just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Very inspirational. Believe in myself? Really? How could I? Have you seen the SNL skit where an old woman is like dying in a nursing home and she asks her friend to come near her and listen to her, and then she just starts singing How You Remind Me by Nickelback? I don't know why, but I find it extremely funny. I think I would too. I don't know if I've seen it, but now I want to. Did you mean to find this plate? Throws it against the wall, yeah. Oh, how the turntables. Okay, believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I'm already one step ahead of you. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yes. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett. We must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Well, it's technically underneath here.
Got it!
Got it! Wait, so... I already noticed this with the objection. I think when he said objection, it sounded like this. But Ryunosuke's interjections are with a British accent. But he's Japanese. So why would he sound British? Why would they do this? I would get it for the other characters whenever they're British, but did they just make all of the stuff sound British? Come on. I mean, I guess it's kind of like if they made it sound like an American English, it's still supposed to be in Japanese. So, I don't know. I guess it's just because everything is in Britain. I mean, even the word color was spelled the way that Britain spells it, so. I guess his English words are modeled after what he's heard, so British people. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Ryu has the power of objection and stake on his side! No, Counsel. I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. Really? When you're asked to identify a detail like this, you must do so knowing there's a penalty for mistakes. What? The answer's right here in front of me. I'm sure of it. So there's only one thing to do. Can I lift up the stake? Turn the stake over and over until I find something to help me out of this mess. Do I have to put it upside down? I mean... okay. I can't rotate it. Oh, I can. Huh? Oh! It's... Was I, like, too far away? Do I need to be, like, right on top of it? Rotate the cooked cow. La 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 la. It's not helping me. What do they expect me to do? It's underneath it. Rotate steak. Gently rotate like you're the microwave. Don't put metal in the microwave though. This is metal. Don't do that. Just the general area. So maybe I was too far away? Do I need to be, like, right on top of it? Man, that's silly. Okay.
Got it!
No? What? No. No. I haven't saved in a minute, huh? Where's the autosave? Can you examine before submitting? Oh wait, let me load. Hold on. Yes, this one. A little bit further along. I think that's what I just got, though. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to redo some stuff. This is atrocious. Okay, hopefully it's not too far behind. Oh god, this is kind of far. Okay, hold on. I'm not taking that penalty. That makes no sense. It's under the stake. That is not right. Hold on. We can do this. This is so far. I'm sorry. See? I didn't save enough. This is why I save like every time there's a clue. Speedrun, any percent. Any percent. Hey, hold on. We can do it. I'm gonna lose 2 lives from that. That was ridiculous. Yeah. No, I don't think I will. God dang it.
Objection! Shut up!
Seen any good movies lately? What's everyone's favorite movie? Mine, right now, is Everything Everywhere All at Once. And Nope. Those are both very good. I'm such a fool for not saving. Mine is also those two, both awesome. Favorite movie, Incredibles or Spirited Away, both very good. Ghibli is very good. Favorite Ghibli movie, go! My favorite growing up was Princess Mononoke, but also like 3 other ones I can't pick. Neighbor Totoro, Spirited Away, the Kiki's Delivery Service, Banyo, Princess Mononoke. Okay, we're getting there. Spirited Away. Spirited Away is very good. Mononoke as well, yeah. My local theater has monthly anime nights, and it was last night, and we watched Princess Mononoke. Oh, nice! I haven't watched it in so long. I think the last time I watched it, I was like 14, I think. A long time ago. Such a long time ago. Okay. Let's go ahead and do a save. Now that we've gotten through all of that. Alright. Rocky Horror, Little Shop of Horrors. Princess Mononoke, Howl's Moving Castle. Yeah, Howl's Moving Castle is another one. Watched Ponyo with my brother recently, and we were delighted by how silly and fun it is. It's very cute. I've seen it many times. No blood. Oh no, Ryunosuke, don't do that. You're gonna hurt your back. I just want the swan. I want the swan! It's so cute! Okay. I thought I had it in the bag, so I didn't feel like I had to save. I was like, oh yeah, of course, it's the steak. But it's like, not working with me. Maybe it's because I looked at it before they talked about looking at it, you know? Like I looked at it too soon or something. Yeah, examine the evidence. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, we'll do another save. The frog-like stage of Ponyo. I know. Very good. Nope. Tokyo Godfather's also a very good movie. I really like Castle in the Sky. Oh yeah, I still haven't seen it. There's a few key Ghibli movies I have not seen yet. I haven't sat down and like looked for them and tried to watch them, but that's one of them, yeah. I've seen one of like the lesser known Ghibli movies. Oh my god, Nausicaa? I've seen Nausicaa. But other than that, I've seen really all of the like super, I guess, famous ones. Nope is excellent, but also contains one of my worst fears. Oh man, gosh. Yeah, it was creepy. It's very creepy. Don't know what my favorite movie in general would be. That used to be Lion King, but it's been years. Perfect Blue was also very, very good, yes. No need for speedrun. Yeah, we don't need a speedrun anymore. I caught up. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at it now. I don't know if this is gonna work. Okay, so lift up the steak. We'll speed through this because we already know. Okay. We'll just look at everything just to make sure. Is it a cat? And then there's nothing else. Yeah. Okay. That should be good. Save again. I don't care if it's excessive. I don't want to do that again. Okay. Can this play with stick reveal any other clues? Yes.
Attention!
A little bit more speedrun. Just a little. Okay. Let me save here, actually. It does. Oh, wow, okay. I could have saved at the stake. Stake save! Yeah, it was amazing. I didn't get to watch it in theaters, unfortunately, but it was still so good. Alright, where precisely on the plate is the new clue? I'm honestly surprised that, like, turning it upside down doesn't, like, make the stake fall. Okay, wait. Yeah, it's like, I was hoping maybe if I put it like this, it would, like, tilt over. This is really silly. Where precisely on the plate? It lets me look at this. It lets me look at this. I can click on one of those two. If it's this, I'm gonna be like, what? It's the coin under the stake. Okay. Why would it be the symbol? That's the only other thing. I guess. Just like, what? It's the coin! It's the coin! I just saved, so let's present this and see what happens. Yeah. Afraid that won't do. It was ambiguous. Yeah. It's not that. I'm not even taking the penalty. I mean, it makes no sense. Go right at the bite. I thought I did the very first time. I was, like, being really careful about it. I was like, look, you gotta flip it upside down. I was like, you gotta do that. Unless I was, like, right here. I don't know. Okay, let's try right here. Oh my god! You have to do the very, very little edge of the meat. As far right as possible. Oh my god. I mean, it wasn't quite far enough the first time. Okay. Well, I'm glad I loaded the save, because that's dumb. Alright. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. Wait, are we examining? Oh my goodness. This is the same thing that we heard already before, so I'm not gonna read it. Skill issue! Stop bullying me! It's not my fault! Oh my god. This means... Okay, so now we've lifted it up, and we can present the coin. Okay.
Got it!
Got it! I've got it! It's covered in the sauce! Good gracious! That's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
Shut up! What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency, there are no coincidences. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be relevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? She just called him irrelevant. The point is, It's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... this old man right here.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Ryuryo Horikuta-san. Kyuri? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
The dinosaur! I'm so very old. Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hohe Erikoban, my prized coin!
Then this Hohe Erikoban, do you mean to tell me?
No. Please. Why would Kurekuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurekuta-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Yeah, he's actually doing the desk slam for real now. Oh my god. I was wondering if they were just gonna, like, swap them out. No, there's 4 people up there now. Oh my goodness. They're like a jury.
What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for my little baby idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop's owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Horikuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this koban?
Wah! Yes, that's it! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hohe treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be!
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak. Oh my goodness! Another raid today. Y'all spoil me. Thank you so much for the raid, Ace. Welcome in. Can we get a shout out, please? What were you up to? Let's see. Chunk is being slow. Little chunk bot. Stardew Valley! What were y'all doing in Stardew? Just working on your farm? Having a peaceful, wholesome time, perhaps? Welcome in, Ace. Glad to have you. Welcome in, Dazed. Howdy, y'all. Glad to have y'all. Anyone who's new in here, my name is Bishi. We're playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles at the moment. I'm in the very first trial. I've just started playing this game. It's my first time playing. And we are hopefully going to finish this case today, but we'll have to see. But yeah, we're in the first trial of the first game of the Chronicles. So, yeah. Aside from that, though, I play lots of other stuff. I'm playing through Like a Dragon Ishin at the moment, as well as Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. But we also play other stuff like Pokemon and Zelda, Resident Evil, stuff like that. Depends. Can't wait to get this game. How have things been going? It's really fun. I'm really liking it. It's definitely different from the main trilogy, but I really like it. It's different, but in a nice way. And, like, We got like 3D effects and everything. I mean, look at this guy with his headband floating dramatically in the wind. It's really cool so far. But yeah, I've only played, I want to say maybe 8 hours, I guess, almost, including last time. Working toward achievements and 100%ing my first farm. Oh, in Stardew, awesome. Oh my goodness. I never did 100%. I don't even remember what percent I got to, but I started playing Stardew a long time ago when it first came out. Played the hell out of it, but didn't do completionist stuff. And then I've only played it a few times in the last couple years, doing like multiplayer with friends and stuff like that. I need to go back and finish the 3rd of the trilogy. Oh, you're still in Trials and Tribulations, I think it is. Yeah, that one's a really good one. That's my favorite out of the trilogy, actually. Very, very good. I just finished that like a few weeks ago. I want to say maybe last month or the month before. Something like that. Very recent, and I was excited to finally get to Chronicles, so yeah, I would definitely recommend it, even though I haven't played too much of it. It's very, very fun. Very fun. I finished the second one before I started my Resident Evil marathon this month. Ooh, you're playing through all the games? I've only played 2 through 4. I actually didn't start playing Resident Evil until the remake for 2 came out. I think I played like the first one for a little bit before that, but I never finished a Resident Evil until the remake of 2. And then I played the remake of 3, and then I played the original 4, and now I'm really hoping to play the remake of 4 as well. I've played through RE Remake, 2, 3 Remake, and only done Chapter 1 of Resident Evil 4. Ooh, okay. Yeah, 4 is a bit of a long game. It's a bit long. But it was really fun. I liked the humor in it, and had a pretty good time. And for a game that came out not a long time ago, but a while ago, it's still very, very playable. But I'm excited to see the remake. Have you tried the demo? I haven't done it yet. I haven't played the demo, but I heard it came out. Main negative about this game is that Phoenix and Edgeworth aren't there, so we can't watch them be gay. Yeah. That's the only thing. I do miss Phoenix. I do miss Maya. I do miss Edgeworth. But I'm trying to give these characters a chance and let them make me love them. I'm already loving Kazama a lot. I like Ryunosuke. I'm sure I'm gonna like the character that I think is like supposed to be like Maya-esque. And, you know, the humor is still there. It's still Ace Attorney, just different characters. But that's why I really hope they localize other Ace Attorney games so we can have more Edgeworth and more Phoenix and Maya. I want more, please. Please, Capcom. Oh, haven't played the demo yet. Plan to beat 4 this weekend and then do the demo. Oh, right. Why would you play the demo? Because you haven't finished the original game yet. Okay, my bad. I should have assumed that. I do love the characters in this game for sure. Yeah, I'm liking them so far. I can't wait to get deeper into the game. I'm like, when are we gonna finish this trial? I want to get into, like, the meat. Let's get into the meats of the game. Speaking of seasoned meats juices. Alright. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meats juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Ah. This isn't the old man's, this is the soldier's. I think he tried to steal the coin and he put it under the steak. Okay. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! Excuse me. Can I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We want to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What? What? Huh? I can't hear you! My ears don't work so good no more.
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuta-san's Koban and hid it under the stake?
That would be Iyasanosa.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you, Sergeant Iyasanosa.
What? How? How dare you monster?
Monster?
I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all of this.
Your baby? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Despicable. Ugh. Oh! Oh my god!
Clippity clap, clippity clap, clippity clap, clippity clap, clippity clap, clippity clap. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iyasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir.
His mustache. I thought he was gonna pick him up by his head. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes.
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son, who I almost tried to say was actually the thief.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
The place is heaving with money! Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban?
Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are! I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang!
Yes, when the professor was shot.
I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
Oh my god! This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Ouchie, shut up. Shut up. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency?
Indeed. Theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. I don't trust babies. Oh my goodness. I thought of playing it after 3, but my husband convinced me to do it after 4. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. You want to compare it to, like, the original. Baby Tui! Baby Tui! Honestly, slay. Stealing from the rich. Okay, but Japanese judge can handcuff me and call my ass guilty, and oh my god! He does have a nice beard. He does have a nice beard. He is leagues above Uji from the main trilogy. Leagues above him. My goodness. I'm going to bonk Ouchie with the judge's gavel myself. Just a good old... bonk. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. What? You're letting her leave? And good day. I don't think so. Not if I have something to say about it. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. Oh man, I didn't pay attention. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Say something, Ryu! Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Oh god, I'm not getting it. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. Oh, no! Don't make me do it! Oh, I'm frightened! Okay, court record time. Court record. Did he just bite into it? Are these teeth marks? Oh my god. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Back. Man. Oh, need to head off to bed. I got work tomorrow. Have a great rest of the stream. Thanks so much for the raid, Ace. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great day at work tomorrow and a great night. And I hope we see you again soon. Have a good one. See you later. The judge from the main line is so dumb. Some people like their men that way. My goodness. Achi belongs at the kiddie table. A Japanese judge belongs at the big boys table. The big boys. Those times where the main character goes, yes, I got this. And you're just like, I don't got this. I don't got it. Okay. Well, what did she say? She said, I guess I should have written it down. I was just like, maybe I'll see it if I listen to it. No, I didn't see it. She said hiding the coin under steak was absurd. And she said, eating the steak without a fork or knife was absurd. Let me see if I have a good hunch about this. Well, no, not really. This is the victim. This is her. Okay. I'm gonna continue. I'm just seeing if I can see something before I keep going, but I don't think so. Okay, let's keep going and see what happens. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? Never mind. It's literally just the next thing. Okay. Oh, I love that you can save now. Okay. The trilogy you couldn't save during moments like that. Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, it's evidence. It's not a person. Okay. I was gonna look at the people real quick. Yeah, the descriptions. I am reading them, but I don't know. Okay, let's read them out loud. Maybe I'll see it. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front of the chest and subsequently died. Sketch of the restaurant's layout. On the front, it stated that Hosonaga is a police inspector. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the table. Record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. A photograph taken by Hosonaga after the incident shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. Carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder on the victim's table. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time. The meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch was removed from the victim's table after the incident. Oh. Okay, here's a situation where, like, I'm, like, thinking 2 steps ahead of where we are right now. That I'm getting ahead of myself. I forgot I haven't proven that this was not Miss Brett's lunch. So she was saying that this isn't her plate in her statement by being like, who would do that? That's so silly. Like, she should have known that there was a coin under there if this was her plate. So we're proving that that isn't her food, it's someone else's, so we're still missing her plate, which is the whole point of this whole thing happening. It's very distracting. All of this baby stuff and you know, oh my goodness. Okay. I guess I'll present the steak.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Right, okay. It's not the coin part. It's the part where she was saying that it's been chomped into, and she would never do that. She would always use a knife and fork. So that, but we're still getting the same endpoint. This is not her food. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Yep.
Ah!
Oh. Ah. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything.
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course. Dear lady!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? You ruffled something! You ruffled that little swan! Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. It's the other steak, the actual one.
Hasn't been? What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't. But there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? It would be Horonosuke, the detective. Oh no, not Horonosuke. What am I saying? Hosonaga. Jesus Christ, I'm tired. Sorry. I just said words and thought I was saying the right ones. I imagine him tearing at the steak like a dog you see in cartoons. Yes, Hosonaga. Those some big old bites. Yes, yes. He chomped it. He chomped it. Oh yeah, the baby totally messed up his mustache. I thought so. Okay, Hosonaga has it.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korikuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. The wrong steak.
But that makes no sense! That plate was taken from the victim's table!
Objection!
Yet, the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over.
Somebody switched them. I don't think that's what it is, Aochi. I think you're wrong.
You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, Hey! When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. Oh, he did switch them, okay. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable! Unacceptable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor San.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Yeah, that's what I kept remembering. Oh my god. What's she doing? She's vibrating with rage! That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. He did it again! He's pointing. He's so good at it. Good job, Ryu. Hey, Yinny. Howdy. Welcome in. How you doing on this fine Thursday? I think I'm about to finish up this case, actually, in Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And Ryu is pointing really, really good. His baby's so fun. Yeah. I love that his mustache is just permanently altered forever now. He sure can point! He sure can! Oh, you were baking! What were you making, Yinny? Ruuuvo, my fiance, not fiance. I'm sorry, I'm living like 6 months ago. My spouse. It's been a long night if I'm calling Ruuuvo my fiance. Oh my god. We got out of that like in October. We're done with that. We're married now. My spousey, Ruuuvo, has been doing a lot of baking lately, and we actually have our own homemade baked bread now. We haven't bought bread in months. And they also made homemade tortillas for the first time recently. And made a cinnamon roll from scratch. Wait, you're unmarried? Never. Never, ever, ever. Made a strawberry watermelon cake. Ooh, I've never had anything like that. Married, hitched, matrimoned, as they say. Matrimonied. Yep. I don't know. I'm just tired, I think. I'm also really hungry. Like, I'm really trying to finish this case. I just need y'all to know if I'm slipping up and saying weird things, it's because I'm really hungry. But I don't want to take a break because, like, I'm almost done. I can tell I'm almost done. Unless y'all say there's, like, another 2 hours or something, then I'll stop. But, you know. Anyway. Sorry, Ruuuvo. I'm sorry, my love. All right. But I hope that the strawberry watermelon cake came out amazingly. I hope it tastes amazing. I'm sure it does. I would love to try something like that. Okay. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No. You're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett.
Blood!
On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! There's the blood. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. I don't need to examine. My eyes are open, I'm seeing it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be!
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Oh, the swan! No! Get that swan out of there! Save the swan! Outdone? By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No! The swan! Fly away, swan! Fly away! Oh my god! Oh! Yeah! The baby! There was a baby! There's babies! No! The babies! Oh my god! The babies! Oh my god! Girl, get back here! You're going to jail, not heaven! The babies! Oh my god. You can hear them. The babies! Yeah, those look like baby chickens, not baby swans. Please, excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using career. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So, you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because curer is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curer in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt?
So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I'd intended. She even planned that? And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. All according to Keikaku, exactly. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. There you go. There you have it. So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor? You committed murder!
Your Excellency.
Yes?
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
No, you're gonna kill him. I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone.
What do you mean?
I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Well, she's walking away in handcuffs, right? No, she's been deleted. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be! Takatsuchi Ouchi does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student!
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Damn! 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Damn. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazama Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind.
So mysterious.
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Oh, yes? In you, I sense... how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Wow. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. We did it, folks! He's still frozen. Oh, I don't know if y'all saw him. I hope my camera didn't cover him. He was still with his hair down in the same frozen face level. The court is now adjourned.
Yay! I did it! I did it!
All right. They always do a little wrap up here. Let's do that too. We're already here anyway. Or should we just save it for tomorrow? Should we stop here? Is there like a little bit left? Is there gonna be like a cutscene? I don't know what's gonna happen. Should I stop here, y'all? What do you think? With the case closed, I bid y'all good night. Good night, Arkham. Thanks for hanging out. It's not too long. Okay, we'll finish it. Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna be an honorary lawyer now. We'll just have to see. We'll have to keep playing and find out, maybe tomorrow. But we'll do a little bit. Alright. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself. I made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazama. No. It was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, it's her.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father?
Oh yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Okay, so I should call her Susato. Susato. Maybe Sato? Sure. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. There he is. Naruhodo. You did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. I forgot. Oops. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asuki. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Of course! A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? What? Shanghai? What? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all of this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Maybe she's an important person? So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. What the hell? The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. I just want her to be tried and put to prison somewhere. It doesn't matter where. God. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is the time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Oh, okay, I guess. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. Karaoke time! In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazama. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again! I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? Believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazama. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah! You're still here, are you? Man. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget! Ah yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazama. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazama hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And there we go. All wrapped up nice and pretty with a little bow. Awarded. Yes, I will save, thank you. There you have it, folks. There you have it. All right. Let's switch over here. That's gonna be it for me. I am very tired and hungry, but that was a lot of fun. I'm very glad we wrapped up the case today, and that means we get to start the second case tomorrow. So we'll be starting off fresh with that tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Central Time. I'll be back for some more great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and we'll have even more fun tomorrow with the next case. I'm thinking that each case is just going to get better and better. So we'll see. Yeah, the true story begins tomorrow. That was basically a tutorial for, what, 8.5 hours? 8.5 hour long tutorial. But anyway, I'm going to skedaddle. Let's see. Also, welcome in, Wanderer. Sorry, I was just focused on finishing up because I gotta go. I'm hungies. Oh. Yeah, good night, everybody. Let's see. I am super hungry, but let me see. Alright, you know what? We're gonna do a raid for Wafer again. I'm gonna do a raid for Wafer, because if I just kind of dip out of chat after I raid, he won't mind. So let's go do a raid for Wafer. I'm gonna go grab some food while y'all have fun with him. He is doing more shiny hunting in Scarlet Violet. Let's go see what he's up to. Let's go have a look-see. But either way, there's my social media. I'm most active on Twitter and YouTube. We also have a Discord open to everybody. The playthrough of this game will be on YouTube in the near future as soon as I'm done uploading the trilogy, which will be very, very soon. And then you can rewatch it there if you'd like. But yeah, either way, there's the raid messages. If you'd like to join in with us, I'm gonna go because my voice is not working anymore. Anyway, I appreciate all the support from y'all today very, very much. If you were lurking, chatting, subscribed, or if you did a raid, or you were here from a raid, I appreciate you very much. And I hope I see y'all tomorrow for some more great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But either way, I'll see y'all next time. Bye!